welcome to the meeting of the branch of Special Representatives for Speed Skating, as it's called in the agenda of the Congress, as you have seen it in ISU Communication 2629. I want to welcome everyone, all delegates, my ISU colleagues at this table. The colleagues were introduced in the main session on Monday. They are the members of the council from the speed skating branch, as well as Douwe de Vries, who is on the council for the time being, on the council representing the Athletes Commission. At the far left side of myself, I have the Sports Technical Director for Speed Skating, Hugo Herrenhoff, the Chair of the Short Track Speed Skating Technical Committee, Nathalie Lambert, and the Chair of the Speed Skating Technical Committee, Nick Thomas. And on the front row of the room, I can see the attending members of the two committees. I may or may not introduce them by name. Maybe I should allow the chairs of the committee to introduce their colleagues. Please go ahead, Nathalie.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. So, sitting in the front row from the Technical Committee, Mr. René Orstheim. Mrs. Sohee Kim. Mr. Christophe Mills. Mr. Wim de Dijn. And Ms. Charlotte Upcott.
Thank you, Nathalie. Nick Thomas.
For the Speed Skating Technical Committee, we have Mr. Hanyo Heidemann, Mr. Oystein Hogan, Mr. Alexei Katilyev, and Mr. Enrico Fabrice.
And then I would like to recognize the attendance of the Honorary ISU President, Mr. Jan Deikema. Honorary Member Myong, also called Mike Chang. And then my eyes are not as bright as they used to be, so maybe I can offer you, besides Mr. Chang, to introduce yourself. Thank you very much. And then, as we say, last but not least, Fabrice Brahin. Thank you very much. He will be my first aide during this session. We will probably also later be joined by legal advisor Michael Geislinger, who would then be seated beside me. And at the far end, yes, Athlete Commission member, also for short track speed skating, Victor Noch. And, well, let's introduce also ISU event manager speed skating, David Broer. Then we have the full front row duly presented. Thank you very much. The This meeting is convened, as I said, in accordance with the ICU Communication 2629, and all the formalities, most of the formalities were ticked off during the plenary session. So I will propose to proceed to agenda item number 2, election of a secretary to record the minutes of the meetings. And I would like to propose to the Congress to elect Mr. Brett Throssell from Australia as the secretary. Thank you, Congress, and most of all, thank you, Brett. He will take a seat here in the front. We can proceed to item number 3, verification of the qualifications of the speed skating representatives and their right to vote. This is a standard wording of the agenda, and we would like to assume that all representatives have the right to vote if they are present, since they already were cleared for the plenary sessions. And so we will now make a roll call, and as you may remember from yesterday, our support system isn't up to standard today. So we will have to be ready to manage with manual procedures also for the subsequent votings. I will read the names of the delegations, and you will respond clearly, loudly, and possibly also with your green card, whether you are present. If you are not present, we will proceed to the next delegation. Then I start with the roll call. Australia Speed. Thank you. Good example. Austria Speed. Present. Even better. Belgium. Present. Canada. Present. China. Present. Colombia. They were not present yesterday, but Colombia is not present. Czech Republic. Present. Denmark. Yes. Finland. Present. France. Present. Great Britain. Georgia, not present. Germany, present. Hong Kong, present. Hungary, present. Indonesia, present. India, not present, at least not for the time being. Ireland, Israel not present. Italy. Present. Japan. Present. Kazakhstan. Thank you. Republic of Korea. Latvia. Not present for the time being, at least. Lithuania. Present. Luxembourg. Present. Malaysia. No, not present. Mongolia. still not present. Netherlands. Norway. New Zealand. Thank you. Philippines. Poland. Portugal. Qatar. Russia. Currently not present. Is that right? Singapore. Slovenia. Serbia. Switzerland. Slovak Republic. Thank you. Sweden is not present, I assume. Thailand. Chinese Taipei. Chinese Taipei. No delegate present. Turkey. And USA. Uzbekistan. Not present. And that concludes. Anyone? Oh. Oh. Too bad. Don't be offended, Brazil. Yeah, you get more attention this way. Bulgaria. And which was the third one? Spain. Loud and clear? No. What is this? Estonia, yes, of course. Estonia? Yep. And Spain. Spain is present? Yes, indeed, yes. Okay. Still, anyone missing? We'll have a count of members present, Fabrice. So 40 delegations are present, and for the time being, this means a two-thirds majority, which is what we typically need for decisions in this meeting, will be 27. Simple majority will be 21, in case that would be a topic. Thank you very much. Are there any objections to these 40 delegations exercising their right to vote? That is not the case. Then we can close agenda item number 3. And we can go on to the election of 2 scrutineers of the minutes from the meeting. I'd like to nominate for these positions Yvonne Brett from Ireland, Christian Breuer from Germany. Are there any objections to electing these 2 as scrutineers? No. They are elected, and thank you very much, Yvonne and Christian. I move to agenda item 5, election of a drafting committee. According to the Constitution, that shall consist of at least 3 members, and their task is to draft the final text of proposals adopted concerning the speed skating regulations, and similarly drafting committee for the short track speed skating regulations. I'd like to propose for the speed skating drafting committee, the technical committee chair, Nick Tomets, technical committee members, Øystein Haugen, Norway, Hanjo Heidemann, Netherlands, and in addition, Fabrice Prahin, Swiss citizen. Any objections to this election? They are elected as members of the drafting committee for the speed skating regulations and technical rules. For short track speed skating regulations, I will propose the following drafting committee: technical committee chair Nathalie Lambert, Canada; technical committee members Renier Ostheim, Netherlands, and Wim de Dayne, Belgium; and Crystal Garcia from the ISU Secretariat. Can they be elected? No objections. Thank you very much. We have elected the 2 drafting committees. And we can close agenda item 5. We move on to the approval of the agenda. And for this item, I would like to draw your attention to an error in the agenda item 11. And I'll ask Albert Hasselhoff to take care that I do not say anything wrong here. Item 11 is the follow-up from the meeting we all attended, or almost all of us attended on Monday, reviewing the proposed technical rule changes. This agenda item allows a member to oppose a given proposal, and this member can then request a vote. What is stated in the agenda is that such an objection and a subsequent request requires a second ISU member to support the objection, and this seems to be a copy-paste error from a previous agenda of a previous Congress, and the rule had been changed in the meantime. So this is just the wording. The introduction to this agenda item is not entirely correct as it's worded in the agenda, but the agenda item as such stands, just with this procedural amendment or correction. Other correct, Albert? We don't need a second one. Yeah. Thank you, Albert. And other questions or objections to the agenda? That is not the case. I should perhaps recall what was said in the plenary session yesterday. My figure skating vice president colleague made a proposal, if I can say so. It was, as far as I could observe, unanimously accepted, that we delay the lunch break today until 2 o'clock. So we keep the session ongoing until 2 o'clock, and then we break for the day and can, well, have lunch or otherwise prepare for this afternoon's program. Is this, just to be sure, is this something that you agree also this morning that we can follow? No objection. I saw some green cards. Did I see any red cards? You know, I'm in the floodlight here, so I didn't see any red cards. Okay, we proceed like that. Thank you very much. We will have at least, or maybe only one coffee break, and I cannot guarantee the timing of it. It will not be earlier than 10:30. Since we have a longer session, we may take breaks even without coffee if the chair feels a need for it for himself or for the audience. Thank you for your cooperation. Any other matters to the agenda? No? Okay, the agenda is adopted. Under item 13, various, we may accept interventions for information purposes, and I will come back to that in due time. Then, agenda is adopted, and I think I can move then to item 7, which reads, report by the Vice President on the speed skating activities of the past 2 years. For the benefit of the Secretary, I will provide you with a transcript of my speech. So, if you prefer, you need not practice your shorthand qualifications. Dear delegates, honorary members, ISU colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, my report at the 58th ISU Ordinary Congress in Phuket 2 years ago inevitably had to focus on the pandemic period, which in an almost miraculous way ended on a happy note with a very successful Olympic Winter Games, despite being held under extremely demanding circumstances and constraints in Beijing. The Congress in Phuket, nevertheless, gave also a reminder that the pandemic was not yet over. And this situation was reflected in the planning of the season 22-23, with a cautious approach, including, for example, several back-to-back events to better cope with potential pandemic scenarios. Fortunately, our skating communities and the world of international sports gradually returned to business as usual in this respect, and the season after the Congress in Phuket could be completed without major disruptions for this reason. The work on a long-term ISU calendar for speed skating and short-track speed skating had started during the Olympic season in close collaboration with hosting members. A long-awaited multi-annual season calendar extended into the next Olympic cycle was announced after the Council meeting in March 2023. This has made the season preparations for skaters and teams easier and given the hosting members and their organizing committees better possibilities for a proactive event planning. One of the important and valuable outcomes of this plan was that in the season 2023-24, skaters were welcomed back to Beijing for World Cup competitions in speed skating as well as in short track, and could experience the Olympic venues in front of enthusiastic crowds. Already next season, Beijing will again host World Cups in accordance with this long-term calendar in both disciplines, in addition to the World Championships short track. This gives our sports a great exposure in the important Chinese market. Other Olympic skating venues also had a revival last season. The skating competitions of the Winter Youth Olympic Games, Gangwon 2024, were held in the venues built for the 2018 Pyeongchang Games and gave the young participating skaters unforgettable Olympic memories. It is regrettable that these excellent venues have not been used for other high-level skating competitions in the meantime, and as far as I'm informed no future use is planned, and this in a situation where Korea's speed skating hub, the Taedong ice rink in Seoul, is about to close down, and the venue currently used for ISU short track competitions in Korea is getting outdated. Luckily, the venue situation is developing positively in some other countries. During the last Congress period, 2 new indoor speed skating venues hosted their first ISU events in Quebec City, Quebec, Canada, and Hachinohe City, Japan. And in the coming season, there will be a World Cup competition held in a new indoor track in the famous Polish winter sport resort, Zakopane. Congratulations to the cities and the federations involved. Unfortunately, I have to say, the organizing committee of the Olympic Winter Games 2026 in Milano Cortina did not find a solution with a permanent indoor venue for the speed skating competitions. This is obviously a lost opportunity for the further development of speed skating, both in the Olympic host country, Italy, and the neighboring countries where no such venue critical for training and competitions exists. The Olympic speed skating competitions in 2026 will instead take place in a temporary venue inside 2 exhibition halls in the Milano Trade Fair complex. The venue construction and track installation for this unique concept are faced with tight timelines, and ISU is collaborating closely with MICO, the Milano Cortina 2026 Organizing Committee, to ensure that the project can be completed in time for the planned test event, a Junior World Cup competition at the end of November 2025. For short track and figure skating, the Olympic competitions will be held at the Milano Ice Skating Arena, Asago, which hosted the 2018 World Figure Skating Championships. As required by ISU, this venue will now be equipped with a permanent ice sheet, and the World Cup World Tour short track competition is confirmed as an Olympic test event to be held in February 2025. The exposure at the Olympic Winter Games remains essential for the status and future of our sports. For the 2026 Olympic Winter Games, ISU succeeded to avoid further major reductions in the participation quotas determined by IOC. Short track remains with a quota of 112 athletes, while the quota for speed skating has been reduced from 166 in Beijing to 164 in Milano. And ISU maintain all its Olympic medal events, 9 for short track, 14 for speed skating. And I'd like to add the comment that such good news cannot be taken for granted in the situation where the International Olympic Committee are adding new sports to the Winter Games and look for ways to reduce the current program. Both our sports demonstrated an impressive global dimension at Beijing 2022 Games, each of them with Olympic champions from 3 different continents. As we approach the next Olympic Games, it's good to see that the international reach of our sports continues to grow. Some numbers to illustrate this. In the last Congress period, that is the last 2 seasons, 42 countries participated in the World Cup short track, and 16 of those countries had skaters on the podium, either at World Cups or at ISU Senior Championships. For speed skating, 11 countries were awarded medals in individual events at the World Championships, Senior Championships last season, only last season. And 17 countries had skaters among the top 6 in these World Championships. These nice numbers would hardly have been achieved without the support from the ISU development program, as illustrated and exemplified in a presentation given by the chair of the Development Commission, Yelau Gemser, earlier during this Congress. In line with ISU Vision 2030, important initiatives have been launched and progress made to make our sports more attractive and competitive. In short track, the 2022 Congress introduced the Crystal Globe Trophy and the concept of a seasoned champion based on the results in the short track World Cup circuit. It was implemented already in the 2022-23 season and further elaborated last season, and this has helped to make the World Cup circuit more visible and to keep attention throughout the season. The presentation of our main events, both at the venue and for the TV audience, continues to be improved thanks to the dedicated leadership of the ISU event director Hugo Hernoff and the close cooperation with TV partners and the organizing committees of the hosting members. This has laid the foundation for the idea of creating a short track world tour as a rebranding and enhancement of the short track World Cup circuit to gain more attention from fans and sponsors, as you have been informed in more detail during the Congress sessions earlier. The successful launching of the Junior World Cup short track last season is another key to keep this sport growing. The attraction of short track speed skating is linked to the speed, the explosive and equilibristic movements, and a tight battle between skaters on a small track. Short track has been through a remarkable and very dynamic development during its plus 30 years as an Olympic sport. This creates challenges both for ensuring an adequate development of the racing rules and for the officials in assessing complex race situations. In addition to ongoing refinements of the video review system and related procedures, large efforts go into tools and activities to support the education and training of officials, all with the aim of consistent enforcement of rules based on well-explainable decisions. I want to compliment the Short Track Technical Committee for their dedicated and comprehensive work towards these aims, as outlined in the introduction by the TC Chair in our workshop on Monday. Another important and related focus area is the protection of the health safety of the athletes. Speed skating has the same challenges, reinforced by the introduction of new events in speed skating, like mass start and relay races, which means that rules and measures can be based on a common ground between the two sports. During the last Congress period, regulations on safety-enhancing equipment, helmets, racing suits, eyewear, also subject to proposals at this Congress, and measures, safety padding, mainly have been updated and the issues continue to be closely monitored. Also, speed skating is moving forward in the presentation of the events. As before, the championships held at TL Fair and Fair sets a kind of gold standard, but several other venues and organizers have delivered a much improved sport production, attracted more spectators, and created greater fan engagement. Thanks also to the closer collaboration between the organizing committee and the ISU event manager, David Broer. The new mixed relay event in speed skating has fascinated both skaters and spectators, and the Speed Skating TC proposes for the Congress to include the event in the programs of ISU championships. The strategy of the technical committee is the same as for previous innovations, like Team Pursuit and Mass Start, to expose the event to a new generation of skaters by including it in junior competitions before introducing it at senior level. For Team Pursuit and Mass Start, this ultimately led to the events being accepted as part of the Olympic program. This gives an interesting outlook for mixed relay, since mixed gender events currently strongly encouraged by IOC, no promise given. Speed skating has seen a superstar emerging after the 2022 Olympic Games. The US teenager Jordan Stoltz won a unique triple gold in the 3 shortest Olympic distances at the World Championships in Heerenveen 2023, and he copied this amazing achievement in Calgary this winter, only to go on winning the Classic World All-Round title in Insel some weeks later. His continued success should greatly increase the visibility of speed skating in USA and could unlock new market and media opportunities for speed skating at large. Like short track, as exemplified by the World Tour concept, speed skating needs to look for new ways to present the sport to new audiences and new generations of athletes, and to improve the speed skating season product. ISU is committed to work closely with key members and stakeholders to develop new event formats and other innovations that can be introduced in the next Olympic cycle after the Milano Cortina Games 2026. One element of the current season calendar, both for speed skating and short track, is already being reconsidered. The Four Continents Championships that were introduced in 2020 has proven to be very difficult to fit into the season calendar, partly or mainly because it requires transcontinental travel for a large share of the potential participants. Various models have been tried out, but the problems persist. Low participation, especially of world-class athletes, high event costs, and low revenue opportunities. The Four Continents Championships have been allotted up to 2027. The ISU Council has decided not to make further allotments of these championships, but in the meantime work with members concerned to identify other initiatives that can better promote and stimulate the sport in the respective regions. Let me end my report by addressing a special thanks to the 11 ISU members, their organizing committees and volunteers that hosted ISU events in the Congress period, and to all the ISU officials who took on the responsibility as a voluntary task to ensure that the competitions were implemented in accordance with the principles of fair play. I'm grateful for the good and friendly cooperation with the ISU colleagues introduced at the opening of this branch meeting, and with all of you who are here as representatives of ISU members. I wish all of you, all of us, a constructive meeting with good and forward-looking discussions and decisions on behalf of our sports. Thank you very much for your attention. Can we then proceed to agenda item 8?
Hermann Filipic, Austrian Speed. Dear Vice President, thank you very much for this report. We have a very big concern because we are observing in short track speed skating the health and situation, and I think that the physical safeguarding of our athletes has the highest value. And I relate my remark to the last two ISU events, one in World Junior Championships and the World Championships. We had very, very serious accidents in these championships. The World Junior Championships, in particular on the last day, it's a 4-day competition. That the skaters were obviously very tired, because they had also 1 week before the Junior World Cup, and I think for short track, they are not only physically tired, they're also mentally tired. And we had breaks from, I don't know how often, 5 times the competition in the main bracket was interrupted. We had ambulance on the ice. I don't think that the people want to see that. And we have deepest sorrows. There was also an accident in the relay. It could be deadly, lethal. There's no question, this was very, very close. The blades were about 30, 40 centimeters away from the head. There was a salto of the skaters. Same in the World Championships. Particularly the female athletes are in danger. We have increased body contact in the competitions. The safety equipment is okay. Here the ISU is doing everything. The bedding is okay. The cut resistant requirements are okay, but the injuries are happening through body contact, through falling. We have broken ankles, we have broken bones, and there is a part that we lose also the big stars. We are going to lose the big stars, and not only the big stars, all are in danger. also through this brutal, you're using the word, also the ISU is using the word in the press, battle. This is the new battle. It must be exciting. It must be a show. It must be everything for the public. I don't want to say that this what the public want to see. They want to see a fair play. Of course, they want to see exciting situations, but I think if we have accidents, this is not excited anymore. And in particular, the girls, the ladies are in danger. And at the moment, but it can also relate to the men athletes. And I'm deep sorrow. And the second thing is that the insurances, the accident insurances start to cancel the contracts with the skaters because they say this is a high-risk sport, similar to Formula One. This not happened at the moment with short-track skaters, but already happened with a long-track skater, mass start. And I just want to inform and to be aware of this topic and to search for the reasons how we can protect the skaters, how we can reduce the dangerous situations, the body contact. And I think I just want to say it now because now we can do something for the next seasons. And I think I'm not alone with this opinion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Herman Filipic. I think I can assure you that everyone here is fully concerned over the risks of the sport and any measures that we can take to reduce it. I think we have to be honest, we can never eliminate, but the situations you describe and all the incidents are thoroughly reviewed and monitored both by the Medical Commission, the Technical Committee, and the event management of the ISU on the spot. I do not know if Hugo Hernoff would like to make any comments, otherwise, if not, or yes, Hugo?
Well, I can, thank you, Mr. Vice President. I can give you maybe a few data. Being at all IC events, we have had in the whole events of the season, which had a total of 2,329 races with a total of 959 falls. So basically we have almost 50% of falls in all our races. 17 medical interventions on the ice. So the percentage of medical persons going on the ice is not extremely high. I would rather say it's pretty low. Having medical teams going on the ice doesn't necessarily mean that the athlete is seriously injured. Yes, we had some cases where we had quite important injuries. I agree that it's also not nice to see medical people on the ice, but as I said, the percentage is very low. The ISU Medical Commission is also taking data, and if I'm not mistaken, we had around 40 concussions and other injuries. So yes, it is true that short track has the risk of injuries, but considering the total number of races, the percentage, unfortunately, is not extremely high. This is concerned to ISU events of all categories and all levels. Herman Filipic made a comment on broken bones and twisted ankle. Yes, this is maybe the medical commission can also confirm this. It's a high percentage. It is not always related or necessarily related to contacts. Sometimes athletes are falling on their own, and the blade is putting into the ice and is creating this rotation and results in broken bones and tibias, broken tibia and twisted ankle. So I think these things also need to be taken into consideration and not just look at all single incidents, but also analyze on how this is happening. And it's not always related to contacts, to certain situations. Sometimes it's also happening due to our blades, due to our boots and our equipment. Just to make this clear and give you some additional data on this. As the Vice President said, it's obviously the highest goal and of the ISU to monitor continuously and the situations, and obviously do the utmost to make the safety, to bring the safety to an even higher standard and control the equipment and all the features and the possible actions that can be done to keep the safety of the athletes at the highest level. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hugo Herrenhoff. No other interventions on this important topic. Thank you for bringing our attention to it in a more dedicated way than I could do in my brief report. Then we can proceed to agenda item 9, motions concerning amendments to the special regulations, speed skating and short track speed skating. What is this all about? It is about the new edition, whether in digital or printed format, of this book, the Green Book, because we will start with speed skating. Special regulations and technical rules, speed skating 2022 will be replaced after this Congress by a new edition 2024. I think I don't need to recapitulate the procedures. All the proposals have been submitted in accordance with the constitutions. That means they were included in a provisional agenda issued on the 31st of January, and possibly amended versions were in the final agenda and printed in ISU Communication 2629, where if you have that document available, it starts at page 44 in this document with proposal 86. The way we will proceed is that you will see on the screen the proposal only with the identification of the number and the proposing entity, whether it's an ISU member or an ISU body, typically the technical committees. And we will follow the same procedure as in the plenary session. The proposer has the right to speak first. I may, in the introduction, give a very short intro to the proposal. Then the proposer will have the chance to explain it, and then interventions may follow. And please stick to the rules that keep your interventions short and to the point, and if you, whether you support or not the proposal, if you would like to make an amendment to the proposal, then you have to do your homework, or you have to do your work immediately to present a reworded or proposal for a rewording, and then we'll follow the same procedure if this comes as in the plenary session. We will have a vote whether an amended version shall be voted upon or the original version. So I ask for your cooperation to make this a not too confusing interaction and dialogue on the proposals. Let us then start, or pardon? Yeah. Yes, thank you, Alexander. I skipped agenda item 8. There are two proposals in this text that are considered beyond any doubt as a drafting matter. There may be other proposals that are mainly drafting, but those are proposals 128 in the speed skating regulations. Is that right? In a short track, yes. (128). Let me be up to date on that, as long as we don't have it on the screen. It's marked as drafting matter with capital letters. And I think it's clearly editorial amendment for clarification, and the other one is 137. Okay, I can excuse myself by saying this was all about short track speed skating. But okay, let's tick off the two drafting proposals that belongs to short track speed skating, so we don't need to address them when we come to short track regulations later on under item 9. Any objections to accepting these drafting matters? And no, then we proceed to agenda item 9. And then I can again refer to, well, this time I should refer correctly, I guess, to page number 36 and proposal number 65 in the communication 2629. Will this come up on the screen, or? They're working on it. Okay, while they work on it, let's nevertheless start with the proposal number 65. I think that's a soft start. May I ask the chair of the Speed Skating Technical Committee quickly to present this proposal?
Yes, this is Rule 200, Paragraph 1, and basically we're adding the mixed relay, which we have been doing for the last couple of seasons in Junior World Cups and also now the past season in the Senior World Cup. So it's just adding mixed relay to the international competitions.
Yeah. So this is not a proposal yet. It comes later on to include this event in championships program. Are there any objections or any questions to this proposal?
Test? Yes. Nadine Seidenglanz, the German Speed Skating Federation. In general, we are in favor for this proposal, but I would like to express my concerns about the development from this format. Point one is it's not to compare with the mixed relay and short track, because the fastest time is qualified and not the quarterfinals and half finals, and we had some kind of strange races in the last season. So I would propose that we have another look at this format and maybe also develop it further, because at the moment we kind of don't have really fair races. We see drafting, the second race can anticipate on the race before. So yeah, I would like to have another look at this with a couple of people, maybe. And the second point is the safety issue, which was already expressed from the Netherlands. I feel like if athletes or federations express their concerns about the safety, we have to take it serious. Thank you.
Thank you. Netherlands.
Remy, KNSB. We again want to emphasize that we are not against the mixed relay, but our experiences are that coaches and athletes, and not only the Dutch coaches and athletes, have a lot of doubt and questions by this new format. Mainly, it is on safety issues. So the conclusion in reality is that coaches protect their athletes and advise them not to start. Before going to debating and voting on the upcoming proposals, 65, 67, 69, and 70, with relation to the mixed relay, we want to urge this importance for further development of the mixed relay. So we raised our concerns already on Monday, but also during the season. We also want to mention that it's not comparable with short track. The rules are different and the sports is different. With this being said, we advise, but also ask the technical committee to add towards the mentioned proposal a condition that in the upcoming season, athlete, coaches, and ISU members are heard and can debate with the technical committee on this matter to a result that the formats get more safe for the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Germany and Netherlands. Any response from the technical committee?
As far as safety, we have had, or I've been directly involved with the coaches meeting at the end of the season. And we discussed this topic, and we are aware, but we're also think that we're doing what we can to make it as safe as possible by the format that we've implemented. So as I discussed on Monday, that I think it's more of a matter of the teams learning how to actually do the event. And that only comes with practice and more events. So I think it'll work itself over time once they get more experience doing the event. We are also looking at, which would be in the World Cup communication, of how, I think what you're referring to is the, how the races are set up. And that if you have the top 4 teams racing, they're potentially going to have faster times than not. So we're looking at a system of a more random type of draw that would make it more equal, that like what we call a snake system. So, you know, number 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 wouldn't be skating together in one heat. So we are looking at that possibility of changing the way that the heats would be set up, but that would be in the World Cup communication.
Thank you. Just to remind, this proposal is about identifying this event in the special regulations of speed skating. So I understood from the German and Dutch intervention that they are not against doing that. So in the sense of this proposal, there is no objections to identifying this as an event belonging to the speed skating competition program. Is that right? The detailed racing rules and format of the mixed relay, like some other events, are regulated not in the special regulations but in technical rules, and the encouragement from Netherlands and Germany is to keep a very close connection with everyone involved in further developing the format. Based on this, I assume that the Congress supports the adoption of this proposal. Can we go to a vote? And those in favor of the proposal show the green card. Even if I'm light flooded here, I think I see enough green cards that we can go to the counter voting. Will you please show your red card if you are against this proposal? And we will count you. No red cards. Any white cards? No. Thank you. It's unanimously accepted. We continue with the next proposal in the agenda, proposal number 66 from the Netherlands.
Again, Remy de Wit, KNSB, and thanks, dear ISU, for letting us making this statement on this proposal. We intended to change the ISU calendar towards the future with this proposal, and everybody that's closely involved in speed skating knows that we not have to, but we must change the year-round format to lift the competition towards a new, durable, but also more bright future for the long track. A lot of ISU members have been consulted in the last years, and we think it's time for action. For the Netherlands, speed skating, including the all-round and sprint combination, is a cultural heritage. It's not just a sport. But we do understand that we have to grow towards a more recognizable format without losing sight of that heritage. I think we have shown to be involved by the development of the sports with our ISU Center of Excellence and also hosting a lot of events and international competitions in the last years, and we will continue to be involved. After a good conversation earlier this week between the ISU and the KNSB, but also the really promising 2030 ISU vision explained by the President and the Secretary General of the ISU, we want to withdraw this proposal with a lot of trust on the ISU towards the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Netherlands. The proposal is withdrawn. Are there any objections? Anyone want to maintain the proposal? That is not the case. The proposal is withdrawn, and we proceed to proposal number 67. And as you see on the screen, we join that together with proposal 69 because both of them have the same substance, so they should at least be discussed together. They will be voted separately, but in sequence. Nick Thomas.
This is just a proposal to add mixed relay to the World Championships and the European Championships as of the season 2026-27.
Thank you. This then means that the concerns that were expressed previously will have 2 seasons to mature, at least, if this proposal will be accepted by the Congress. So it's not given that the format would be exactly the same once the event would come to the championships. This depends on the development in the next 2 coming seasons. Are there any interventions from the members on this? No. Then we can proceed to a vote. Those in favor of proposal, and now we vote for proposal 67, will show their green card. Thank you. And the green is very visible even under the circumstances I suffer under up here. So I think we can move to the counter vote. Red cards for those against, including mixed relay in the World Championships as from 26-27 season. Any red cards? I see some red, but not any red cards. Thank you. No one against, any abstentions? 1. 2 abstentions. The proposal is adopted. Logically, proposal 69 should then also be accepted by the Congress. Are there any objections to approving proposal 69? That is the same consequence for the European and for the continents, in fact, championships. Any objections? Show your red card. No objections. Anyone want to show a white card for the record? Do I see 1? Yeah, okay. 67, proposal 67 is accepted with 2 abstentions, and 69 is accepted with 1 abstention. Then we can move to proposal number 68. And we have a similar situation. We have a proposal related to the ISU championships. That is proposal number 68. And the same proposal or the same idea is copied under proposal 72 to be applied also for the Olympic Winter Games, and this is about how the 500-meter title shall be determined. Netherlands.
Yes, hi, Freek van der Wart, Netherlands. You could see on the screen, you don't see the amendment we make. The fastest time, it says there. I want to elaborate on that. We do want to explain the proposal of the double 500 and why this is a step forward in the international championships and the Olympics. After a wide review with athletes, coaches, and our media partners, we found the following. Having a double 500 meter increases the fairness of the sport with giving everybody a fair chance in every lane in the competition, as studies showed. Having the chance starting twice decreases the factor of having disadvantage of the false start. Either it's you or your opponent, which is contributing to a more fair result. This would have solved some arguments during last Olympics in Beijing. Having the chance of starting twice increases the risk-taking by the athletes for going all in. Not only the skaters recommended this, they also liked it very much. The fan engagement is also very high on skating the 500 meter twice, and mainly because the simple ranking and getting the best athletes in the final races against each other. The last couple of years we tried this in our national championships and has been used during last World Cup season. Everybody loved it, especially the athletes and the spectators. We discussed upfront to amend this proposal with having the end classification determined as the fastest time of each skater instead of the two combined. From an organizing perspective, it is easy to implement. In our proposed competitions, the ISU keeps the same number of skaters, and the double 500 meter is a short program that fits in every day where the 500 meter is proposed to fit in. Thanks.
Thank you, Netherlands. Just not a lesson, but some historical background. The 2 times 500 meter was introduced for the first, as I recall, first World Single Distance Championship in 1996 and was used for the first time in the Olympic Winter Games 1998, and it stayed until 2014. There was a continuous debate from the very beginning whether the 2 times 500 meter was the best format, and the alternatives were the current rule, which was re-established in 2014 with only 1 race counting, like all the other distances of the speed skating, with the argument that the fairness of the lane selection is maybe also a factor in other distances. So that was the main reason why it was returned to 1 single race as we have for all the other distances. And the other one is, I heard what Freek said, that the media are enthusiastic about this rule change. It's not exactly the feedback I have experienced over the years, but maybe media also have changed their mind. It is rather unusual in Olympic sports to have 2 attempts and the best counts. Immediately, I do not know of any other Olympic sport that has this, whereas the combined result of 2 attempts is not unusual. We have it, for example, in ski jumping and slalom, giant slalom. So that's also was also a question over the years regarding the Olympic format and the presentation of the events at the Olympics. So one of the factors leading to the change back to the only one 500 meter was that the Olympics is a golden opportunity for speed skating to be presented to a much bigger audience. And the format of 2 races where you have to wait, and you may risk that the second race doesn't change anything in a medal standing. I mean, it could completely change. I mean, that's unpredictable, but that's part of the risk situation that you have, that you could end up not ending on a high note. So I'm just recalling some of the discussions that have been in the past, because this has been quite heavily debated over the years. So this was only for the history. And one other issue regarding if this proposal would be accepted is that it could not be implemented for the Olympic Games 2026, because the detailed schedule of the Olympic events are determined way ahead. So this, even if it's easy to implement, as was said, it will disturb it cannot be fit into the schedule that has already been set up for the Games. So it couldn't be implemented for the Olympic Winter Games 2026, just for your information. And that is also a concern if we would end up with a different format at the same time in ISU championships as in Olympic Winter Games. Then we would have to start explaining all the bigger audiences that, well, in ISU we do it differently than we do at the Olympic Winter Games. So that would be a consideration if the proposal would be, or if this change would be adopted, that we would have to synchronize from which time it should be introduced. I see Norway coming to the floor. I cannot see the technical committee chair, but I think he will take the floor whenever he finds a time slot for it. Norway, please.
Yep. Roar Eriksen from Norway, and we want to keep it as it is. We are not in favor of this proposal, and the reason is that we prefer that the one race decides the results. And concerning about the fairness, for example, 1,000 meter may be more dependent on the inner outer lane. So we will prefer to stay as it is now. Thank you.
Austria Speed is not in favor because we think it has to be the same, the Olympic format and the championship format. And if we change it at the same time, it can be, but it's impossible to have another format than the Olympic and the championships. Thank you.
Any comments from the technical committee?
Just one comment. We presented this proposal to the coaches in March of 2024 at the World Championships, and they were not supportive of this to go to 2 times 500 meters. They wanted to stay as is.
Thank you. Any other interventions? Then, yes, Netherlands may speak for the second time.
Yeah.
Remy, Greg?
Can I shortly react on that? Because we do also say that it's synchronized is good, so let's discuss when it should be implemented. Also, the coaches from the Netherlands are also in favor, and not all. I was also present at the coach meeting where there was a lot of thoughts about it from different coaches. So there was an argument and not clear which coach decided to pick which side, is it yes or no. So, and therefore the main focus out of this proposal was the athletes. I don't hear their voice coming, hearing it through it. They really like it. They really like to race the second time, and yeah, thank you all.
Thank you. If you allow me to add a comment, it is a little bit flashback, as you said, from the Netherlands now. Well, some coaches said this, others said that. In my position, I also have to protect the reputation from the ISU, and I have to face the scenario that if this is accepted, I would have to explain, well, now it's the third format that the ISU tries for the 500 meter, which is the simplest competition that you can imagine of speed skating. So what is this would be the question I would be faced with. I would be loyal, of course, to any decision and find a good way to answer it, but it wouldn't be easy. The synchronization we can discuss, but then we can also discuss it at a later time if this can, at the earliest, then be implemented in 2027 to avoid any synchronization issues. So, because of this, I will ask whether Netherlands want to vote on this proposal, or if you withdraw for a later submission. Yes, then we'll have a vote for this proposal. Those, I believe, the proposal stands as it has been amended. First, we have to vote whether we accept to vote over the amended proposal. You know, what was submitted was to skate the 500 meters 2 times and add the times together. Then Netherlands have made an amendment to this proposal, and this is that it will be skated 2 times for all athletes, and the best time will count in the result. So first, I ask you to vote whether you would like to vote over the amendment rather than over the original proposal. So those that would like to vote over the amended proposal, the fastest time counts, they show the green card. Can we have a counter vote just to see if this is the preferred version to be voted upon? I see a lot of green cards. Are there anyone that would like to keep the original proposal with for the voting? The 2 times 500 meter added together? Okay. Then we vote over the amended proposal. Those that are in favor of changing the format of the ISU Championships and the Olympic Winter Games 500 meter distance showed their green card now, as Netherlands do. Any other in favor of this proposal? Five, I think. 5 in favor. Then it's hard to reach the 2/3 majority, but let's have a show of a red card for those against the proposal. Okay, I think we can record that this proposal was rejected with 5 votes in favor. We have, thank you, And we can proceed. We already covered proposal 69. Yeah, sorry. 72. I mean, by logic, let's proceed with the voting for 72. Those in favor of the proposal for the Olympic Games. Okay. I see one in favor for 72. If you do not want to change the Olympic format, then you show your red card. Okay. This proposal 72 is rejected with 1 vote in favor. Thank you. Then we go back to proposal number 70. Right? Yes? Proposal 70 from the Speed Skating Technical Committee. Nick Tomets.
Yes, this proposal is to include the mixed relay in the Junior World Cups or the Junior World Championships, as we've already been doing in the Junior World Cups, and also to remove the all-around competition, as it is very difficult to include in the single distance competition. We've had feedback from coaches that it's difficult to follow, and it doesn't seem to have the same importance that it does for the single distances. So our recommendation is to go with a purely single distance Junior World Championships.
Roar Eriksen, Norway, and we want to keep the all-around as a part of the Junior World Championship. It has been a tradition in one or another format since the first championship in 1972, and we think we should keep to it. And about the proper attention, I think the easy way is to take it out, but I will challenge ISU to try to find a way to improve and have tools for the announcer to be that he can present the standings after each distance, and it should be possible. Thank you.
Hi there, I'm Frey Kanesbee again. We want to support Norway as we are not in favor of this proposal, but replacing the all-rounds through the mixed relay. That's what the proposal says. In long-term athlete development of a young athlete, the all-round is very important and a stepping guide to develop young skaters. The LTAD model is also adopted by the ISU development and knowledge-based e-rink on how to develop skaters at what age. With accepting this proposal, the ISU will go against its own policy on developing young skaters. And with the elimination of the all-round in the junior worlds, we lose our heritage, as mentioned by Norway, and the ISU steps away from its philosophy, but also the development of younger athletes who can develop into a 5K, 10K skater, but also a mass start or a team pursuit races. We expect that the long-term effect would result in having a smaller base of skaters in those distances and not contribute to speed skating in the long term. Thank you.
Austria Speed, I think you should divide this proposal. No one is against team races, but we think it's not a good idea to quit the all-round combination. because when the philosophy is we add around and we had, let's say what happened in Inzell. It was great, so we want to see more of that, and we should prepare the younger skaters to have that again. Thank you.
Any further comments from technical committee or any of the members? Let me respond to Austria's intervention, which is relevant to how to proceed, because this is the proposals are interlinked, but it's a matter of replacing the titles of World All-Round with the titles of Mixed Relay. It doesn't change the program. To delete the All-Round doesn't change the distance program or the race program, the schedules of the championship. So in any case, it's an addition of the Mixed Relay, and the implications of adopting both the Mixed Relay and keeping the current rule would have a certain budget consequence, because we honor the champions with some prizes. So that is the implication if we would divide the proposal into two and vote over each separate part of it. So let me ask the Assembly if they want to vote of the proposal as such. That would mean that if it's rejected, then there is no other proposal to include the Mixed Relay. So then the World Junior Championship stay exactly as it is today, without any new team event coming in. Or if the Congress want to vote this in a separate manner by first voting over, let me see, first voting over the first part, paragraph 4.1, which includes the Mixed Relay, and then vote over 4.2, 4.1e to include 4.1e, and then vote over the deletion of the all-round competition. Is that clear, what I'm suggesting? Okay. So if you are in favor of dealing with this as two separate proposals instead of one combined proposal, then you show your green card. Seems to me that there is a clear majority of having a separate vote over the two aspects of this proposal. Can you show your red card if you want to maintain it as a combined proposal? Okay, then we proceed with the voting. So we first vote on whether or not to include Mixed Relay in the World Junior Championship. That means to add a sub-litra E in paragraph, well, let me see, in paragraph 4.1 of Rule 201. Okay, everyone understands what is for the vote. If you are in favor of this part of the technical committee proposal to add the Mixed Relay to the program of the World Junior Championship, you show your green cards. Seems to be a wide support for this. Can we have a counter vote? Those against including the mixed relay in the program of the World Junior Championships? And that would happen already next season, according to this proposal. Right? Show the red card. Abstentions? 1 abstention. 2 abstentions. 3, okay. Can I get 4? Okay, 3 abstentions. So this part of the proposal is accepted with only 3 abstentions. Then we move to a vote on the second part of the proposal, that is to delete the titles of the all-round titles at the World Junior Championships. And those in favor of this proposal from the technical committee show their green card now. I see no one in favor. Then we don't need to count very rigorously. 0 can never be 2/3. Okay, show sorry about this. Show the red card, those that are against this proposal. Okay, it's rejected. So this means that the all-round format will remain and the mixed relay will be added. Then we have proposal 71. Now I just want to recall what was just accepted by the Congress to stay with the current format of the World All-Round regarding the individual competitions. Netherlands, please.
Because the previous one, the result is as it was. We want to withdraw on this proposal.
Thank you very much, Freek. And seeing the vote on the last proposal, I think we can accept this withdrawal and move forward. And then we come to urgent matter proposal number 12. Technical Committee, Nick Tomets.
Yes, this is a proposal that's designed to help the ISU members to earn quota spots for the World Single Distance Championships and the World Combined All-Around and Sprint when they're on the same year. We've had feedback from the ISU members that it's difficult when one skater has to do both distances, let's say the 1,500 and the 3,000 for women, and one of them might not be a specialty of that distance, so they have to take a spot from their country and use it in the World Cup to earn potentially a quota spot either in the single distances or the World Combined. So we're proposing that we can use the best, in this example, 1,500 meter skater from that country and the best 3,000 meter skater from that country to combine the times for the Somolog to earn a quota spot. So we believe that this is an advantage or helps the ISU members to earn quota spots for both world single distances and for combined championships. And this was provided by a lot of feedback from the coaches during the coaches' meetings. So we're trying to do our best to accommodate their request.
Thank you, Nick. It has been a recurring discussion about the fairness of the present rule or the shortcomings of the present rule in relation to the opportunities of members to enter skaters for double distances in the World Cup. Are there any more interventions, any questions to the proposal? If not, we proceed to a vote. Those in favor of this proposal submitted as an urgent matter and presented by the technical committee chair right now show their green card. Looks good for the fate of this proposal. Let's have the red cards. Those against the technical committee proposal, show your red card. No one against? Anyone abstaining? 2 abstentions that I can see. Agreed? 2. This proposal is accepted unanimously, but with 2 abstentions. It sounds like a coffee break, yeah, outside. If it's a unified coffee break, then it's better to be in your blocks. I think yesterday coffee was out quite early. So shall we then break for coffee at this time and resume? What is the standard rule? 20 minutes? We make it 25. 10:40. Okay. Please be back at 11. My colleagues at this table, please remain seated because there should be a photograph session. You can lie down like a... Thank you very much. We are ready to resume at 11:05 with proposal number 73 from the Speed Skating Technical Committee. It relates to the entry quotas for European Championships. Nick Tomets.
Yes, this proposal is just to keep the entry quota process the same for the European Champions as we do for the 4 continents, with the detailed rules and entry quotas in an annual ISU communication as opposed to it being in the rule book.
Anyone against? Well, anyone want to speak against this proposal? No? Can those in favor show the green card? Okay. Thank you. For the benefit of the workforce here, we go to a counter vote. Those against show a red card. There is 1 red card against, so the proposal has passed against 1 vote. Anyone abstaining that want to tell us that they are abstaining? No? 1 abstention. Okay. 1 against, 1 abstention. The proposal has been adopted. Proposal 74.
This is the same, it's regarding the qualification process for the European Championships, which would be detailed in an ISU communication, again, like 4 continents.
Yes. So that's consistent with the decision just taken. Anyone want to speak against this proposal? Then quickly show green card if you are in favor. Thank you. Anyone against this proposal? I do not see any red cards. No? Any abstentions? One abstaining. Thank you. The proposal is accepted with 1 abstention. We move on. 75. This is for the World Junior Championship, and it's maybe an obsolete proposal. Nick, can you respond to that, since it assumes that the all-round format would be removed?
Yeah, since the all-round format will remain at the Junior World Championships, I would amend this proposal to keep the 500 meters for women and men with 5 skaters plus a substitute. We had proposed 4 skaters plus a substitute when it was not going to include the all-around competition. So I would suggest that we amend it to how the previous rule was, except for the part about the mixed relay. We need to add 1 skater for ladies, or for women with a substitute, and for men, a skater plus a substitute. So it would be amended to include what we had before for the all-around competition.
Yeah, so that means the only part of this proposal that remains is the part of the table that relates to team races. The other stay as they are in the current rule, right?
Correct.
Because the maximum is 5, so it couldn't be 5. Yeah, so it's 5 skaters, no substitute in a 500, and for the rest it remains. Can we accept this necessary amendment of the proposal? Anyone against the amendment? We'll try to simplify this a bit. Okay, no one against amending the proposal as Austria speed.
Just to avoid a mistake, maybe it's a misunderstanding. Before the reasoning, there's one sentence. Competitors entered, and I think this should stay now.
Pardon? I'm sorry. What are you saying? We're not voting over the reason.
No, before the reason. Last sentence before the reasons.
Yeah.
Last line.
Yeah. Yes, I mean, you're right, of course, and it's consistent with what you tried to communicate, but thank you for the clarification. It will stay. The only amendment in the rule would be, as I said, the part of the table that refers to team races. Anyone? No. If you are in favor of this amended version, or we didn't reach the vote before Austria intervened, so please show your green card in favor of the amended version of the proposal. Thank you. Anyone against? I see no red cards. Abstentions? Neither. Okay, it's accepted as amended. '76 is, if I may shortcut this, is for completeness. It adds the Winter Youth Olympic Games into this rule that deals with the additional functions that are required for ISU events. So I believe we can agree to this amendment. Please show your green card if you're in favor. Thank you. Anyone against? Show your red card. No one against. Any abstentions? Not that I can see, so it's accepted. Proposal 77 has a similar content and could be seen as almost a consequence of what we just adopted. So again, if no one wants to speak against the proposal, I propose to vote immediately. Those in favor show the green card. Thank you. Those against show the red card. No one against. Any abstentions? It's accepted unanimously. Now we come to proposal 78, and I give the floor to the technical committee chair.
This is the proposal to add a yellow card, which we discussed on Monday on the technical rules, similar to short track. So it's basically talking about basically what the yellow card actually means. So we would like to add this to this rule to give us some consequences for skaters or staff that we don't really have in place now. So.
Yep. Thank you. Anyone want to speak on this proposal from the floor?
Only a small remark about kicking out and impeding for speed skating, because kicking out in short track is currently not really existing. So I hope that in speed skating the kicking out will not used like in short track, because I think, yeah, because you refer to short track regulations, and at the moment kicking out is really free for skaters it's very dangerous at the moment, and just for clarification. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's noted. I'm not sure if it requires any amendment of the text, but it's noted. Anyone else want to speak on this proposal? Otherwise, then we can go to a vote. Those in favor of including this type of sanction in speed skating, a yellow card, show the green card. We can move to the red card. Initially, there was an idea to have the red card in the proposal, but okay, those against this proposal show their red card. No one? Accepted? Okay. Thank you. Proposal 79, duties of track judges. One can wonder why we ask for your vote on this, but it's a consequence of the structure of the rule book, and the proposal is amending some of the details of this rule to make the function of these track judges more adequate. If anyone would speak on it, I would be surprised, but no one takes the floor. Can we go to the vote? Please show your green card if you agree to this proposal. And against? No one against. It's accepted. Proposal number 80 is a similar one. It's an operational issue. Anyone want to speak on or against? I think against this proposal.
Tron, if I may.
Yep.
So this another showcase that we have too many details in the rules which probably not supposed to be there. Responsibilities of a judges, same goes to the responsibilities of a director general for what mentioned yesterday, probably supposed to be mentioned during the reconstruction of the Constitution. And maybe we have to put it into our communication or memoranda or some guidelines for...
Yeah. Thank you, Alexander Kibalko. For the time being, we're stuck with this structure, but certainly it's a good example of something that shouldn't require a two-thirds majority to adjust, but we have to do it. Oh.
Hello, Maciej Krupka from Czech Speed Federation. To the proposal number 80, can I have a point that you mentioned that the referees should ring a bell for the skaters behind the pack for the intermediate sprint and for the final sprint. I think that, or maybe my opinion would be that it's not necessary for the intermediate sprints, because if the skater is really behind, it doesn't make sense for him to be informed and would be more messy during the race. For the final sprint, it definitely makes a sense. Just comment. Thank you.
Yeah, very relevant comment. There could be situations where it would be relevant when, when two, for example, are in. Is that a pack? It's a matter of definition. But it's a very good example of what Alexander just said. This is an operational issue. But let's deal with the proposal because it's fairly submitted, and I'm confident it will be practically handled if we accept it. Can you show your green card if you accept the proposal? Thank you. Now we are speed skating towards, well, still have some proposals left. Anyone against? No one against? Okay, it's accepted. And the committee will take note of the intervention from the floor. 81 is a more substantial proposal. It's a proposal to include mixed relay as an event where world records can be recognized. Anyone wants to speak on this proposal? So this means that, as it's worded, world records will be recorded as from the upcoming season in mixed gender relay. Those in favor of this show their green card. We can move. Sorry, we can move to those against to show their red card. No one against the proposal. 81 is accepted. Proposal 82 is complementing the rule on required doping control in case of records to cover mixed relay, and we have to include something on that by the decision we just took, and I think this is a reasonable analogy to what we have for the other team events. Also, medical commission doesn't object. Anyone else want to speak on this? No. Those in favor show the green card. Thank you. Anyone against? It's accepted with no with no opposition. 83. Netherlands. This proposal is simple. It says that the ISU communication for the World Cup shall be issued not later than May 1st. Let me just say that if this was adopted, we wouldn't have a World Cup next season. Because it takes immediate effect. I know the technical committee are finalizing the World Cup communication here and makes an effort to have it issued as early as possible. I think we understand the sooner the better, but can we consider this more encouragement to the technical committee and the ISU to issue this earlier than what has now and then happened? Netherlands.
Yeah, we would like to amend that this has effect since starting next season. So, of course, there should be a World Cup coming up season, but it is more clear and more obvious to have the World Cup communication before May 1st each year, and then we can do the calendar of the Netherlands around those international competitions, which we have to file on June 1st as well. So we would like to amend that this has a starting effect from the season 25-26.
Thank you. If I may, there are some maybe some concerns with it. I'm referring to, for example, the situation we now have with the short track and the World Tour in short track. So the communication is a complete set of rules and conditions for the World Cup season, but the basics, as the basic information that is important for the reasons that Netherlands just mentioned, could be. I don't see any major reasons why we shouldn't commit to release that as early as the 1st of May for that matter, but there may be reasons that 1st of May would be too early to have all settled that we normally now have in a World Cup communication. So the implication of this proposal could be that we would have a complementary document coming out later, or we have a preliminary document, or not preliminary, but a basic document coming out earlier. So I just encourage ourselves and you to look for the most practical way to issue the most critical information as early as possible, and to give reasonable time to complete things that may take some time to complete. Canada Speed.
Blair Carbert, Canada Speed. I'm just curious how this will work in Congress years when we have sessions like this reviewing special regulations and technical rules, and whether that makes it realistic in any way to issue a communication for the following season before we know what the outcome of this is.
Yeah. That's another relevant point. I believe we all share the interest of having the information that affects the season planning at the earliest possible date. Germany.
Christian Breuer, Germany Speed. I think the easiest way, I think that's what the Netherlands wants, is to have like a calendar communication. Pretty much just releasing the dates and places of the competitions, and everything else that has to do with like the real World Cup, how it's running and what rules we have and so on, could come to a later moment. Like, and from my experience in the TC in many times was ready to release something, but there are other people in the ISU that have to decide too. So that would be an option maybe, that the calendar is released and everything else comes later. Thanks.
Thank you. Can I, in a way, repeat my earlier advice that we take all the wishes and requests on board and try to find a way that serves the interests in the best possible way without getting stuck with regulations that we cannot fulfill completely. So if this is accepted, I would rather not recommend the Congress to reject the Dutch proposal, but recommend the Netherlands to withdraw it based on the discussion we just had.
You mentioned before the other interruption that there would be more information provided earlier, and if that would be the case, then we would like to withdraw the proposal.
Okay, understood. I think this discussion was clarifying as to the motivation for the proposal, and we will try to fulfill this request to the in the best possible way. Thank you very much, Netherlands. Then we can move to proposal 84, which is about safety equipment and team uniforms. It's a fairly detailed addition to the current rule. Does the technical committee want to add something?
I mean, I think it's pretty clear that we're, with the mass start and mixed relay, especially, but probably from the ISU member perspective, it's probably easier to do it for all the uniforms that has the abbreviation of the country on the lower part of the leg, so it's easier for the spectators to see what country. It's not always so easy in those races. So it's just following what has been done in short track, and we think it's a good way to go forward in speed skating.
Thank you. USA.
Susan Sandvik, Shobe, USA Speed. Is there a chance this can start not this season, but next season? Because our uniforms have already been ordered, and it's very difficult for us to do.
Well, that's too bad for you, but no.
Canada.
Joe Morris at Canada Speed. Concur with the USA. Our orders are in. Suits are being under manufacture right now, so it's a little late for us to make that type of change.
John, I would be comfortable if we postpone this until next season or the following season of 25-26. If this is an issue for countries that are going to have are already having their uniforms made and it's going to be an issue, then I would be comfortable amending this, that it would be from the following season.
Yeah. Okay. Yes, it will stay in the rule. It just means there are no consequences of not fulfilling it until the 25-26 season. I believe we will encourage everyone who hasn't already submitted their orders to do it.
But we are in agreement with the, can you hear me? Okay. The white gloves are okay. It was just the uniform part. So I didn't want to just amend the white part, the white gloves.
Pardon, did you say the same applies for the gloves? No. Yes. The drafting committee will take note of this. It's a green light for the yellow gloves, no, for the white gloves, and there is a delayed enforcement of the country code on the lower leg. I think the amendment should be clear to everyone. Anyone want to speak further on the proposal? No. Those in favor of the amended proposal, meaning that the codes of the country has to be there for the season 25-26. As I said, it's not forbidden to include it already in this season. And the rest of the proposal remains. Show your green card if you are in agreement. Good. Those against, show the red card. I see no one against. Okay, anyone abstaining? Since we have white gloves here, maybe we should show the white card. No one abstaining? Okay, it's accepted with the amendment. Proposal 85, Netherlands. It's about specifications of helmets used in speed skating. Netherlands want to speak on the proposal? Technical Committee of Speed Skating, do you have any comments or issues with this proposal?
we're not in favor of it. We do already include a communication, which has already been out, communication 2636, protection equipment in short track and speed skating and short track 2024. So it's already been issued for the season. So I think we are comfortable that we have covered helmets and safety equipment.
So, Netherlands.
I want to tell you the intent of the proposal. It's taking the specifics out of the rulebook and the opportunity for the ISU to give that clarified communication out of there, where that communication is leading in the races instead of this rule with also specifics in there. So it's not contradicting each other in the way. So complete trust in that communication. That's what we try to intend with the proposal.
Yeah, I'm not sure if, well, is the technical committee still having concerns with redrafting the text, taking away the, I think the essence of this would be removing the text relating to the shape of the helmet. It is covered by the current communication.
Could I suggest that we come back to this one after a break so I can talk to my TC colleagues on how we want to proceed with it? Was that reasonable?
Yeah. I don't have any problems with that, although it prevents us from celebrating that we are already finished with this section, but let it be.
I'm getting the thumbs up from my TC colleagues that we could accept this proposal.
Okay, then celebration starts both for Netherlands and for the meeting. And it concludes this part of agenda item.
Well, yeah.
Oh, we need a vote, yes. Thank you. Okay, always someone starts celebration too early when there is a party. Don't destroy the party now. Show your green card, please. The green card, I interpret this as you being in favor of this proposal, and those against will show the red card. No one against, it's accepted. Congratulations. And then we have completed this part. I think we are at agenda number 9, is that right? Yes. I was told that maybe not coffee, but other refreshments will be available, but not before 12:15. Was that so? 12:05. Oh, 12:45. So it means we have 1 hour to proceed through the beginning of the motions concerning amendments of the short track speed skating special regulations. That is the red book. Okay, we have green and red. Yeah, that's the topic of the day. Now we move to the red book. And in ISU Communication 2629, we will refer to proposal 115 and onwards. And if you have this document in front of you, it starts on page 52. The first proposal, let me give a very short introduction, is to restructure the rule book to make it, we're not claiming perfect, but more readable, better structured. So this is presented as a proposal on a revised table of contents of index of the rulebook. All the proposals that have been submitted to this Congress refers to the rule, the way they are presented and structured and edited in this red book. So what will happen if you agree to this proposal is that the drafting committee will probably, well, maybe they have a smarter plan, but what they will do is to update all the current rules, and then they will cross-check that against this new table of contents and move things into the new chapter or the new rule headings that this proposal contains. So this is not a proposal to change anything other than how the rules are presented. And this applies to the whole book, both the special regulations and the technical rules, and we need to have it here and only here because there are some rules that currently is in the technical rule part here that are moved to the special regulation part in the new index, but not the other way around. So with this introduction, are there any questions to this proposal? It's not the case. Speed Skating Technical Committee did something similar, maybe limited, in 21 years for the Congress 22. It's been done before on the speed skating rulebook. No questions. Can we proceed to a vote on this proposal? Those in favor of hopefully creating a more readable book of rules, show green card. I see a lot of green for a new red book. Yes. Anyone against? No red card seen. Anyone abstaining? Thank you very much. And compliments to the technical committee and especially also, and first of all, Fabrice Brun, who has made a lot of the work to make this a better version of our short track speed skating rule presentations. Then we continue with proposals that are related to the rules and the rules numbers as they are in the current 2022 edition of the rule book. And the first proposal we come to is from Austria Speed. That's proposal 116.
Yes, hallo. And so, jetzt geht's. Now it works. Yes, we think that for transparency reasons and also for background informations, it would be good to introduce this proposal. It consists of 3 parts. The first part is that all observations of the assistant referees are recorded in the database with a timestamp. I will explain later why a timestamp. And actually this part is 100% in accordance with the current regulations. The current regulations in short track is that assistant referees, including the video referee, recording their observations and submitting it to the chief referee. Chief referee is not existing the word, but to the referee. And the referee makes his final decision based on the observations of the assistant referees and based on his own observation. So this is for documentation reasons. Now you can say why we put this in. The reason is I know some infringement reports from several competitions, and in reality the referees have to, I include for all 5 referees, actually they have in 95–100% of all cases the same decisions, which is in short track unlikely, not really, it can be, but I made a lot of competitions over the years, and they have, in most of the competitions, they have the same observations. Everybody knows that in short track the referees have different positions on the ice and also outside, and it is very unlikely that they see all positions, all situations in the same way, or off-track situations. One assistant referee is not seeing it because it's in another curve, but at the end they have the same decisions. And in controversial decisions, some of the assistant referees have no opinion. This is empty. So we have, in very controversial decisions, the chief referee decides, make his final decision, and we see from the assistants nothing. And I think for fair reasons, all the observations of the referees have to be recorded and to save with a timestamp. The timestamp, the reason is that the assistant referees makes the decision before the chief referee makes his final decision. It is not to say that the assistant referee make a wrong observation. This is not the point. The point is that all observations are recorded and the chief referee has the possibility to get this information, so that now I have a little bit the feeling, maybe, I don't think that I'm wrong, that some assistant referees, they're waiting for the final decision of the referee and then they enter their observation. And this might be the reason why so many infringements per port has actually recorded the same observations. So the second part, the secret one, it should be kept secret, of course, during the competition. This has also reasons. First, sorry to say it, I did not want to repeat it again, but...
No, because your time is running out.
Yes, I know, because of the targets, so nobody should have the possibility to orientate the number of penalties, etc. And the third reason is for transparency, like in figure skating. In figure skating, they publish all the marks of the judges in the protocol, and it should be the same in short track too. So I explained now, and I say thank you very much for listening.
Yeah, thank you, Austria Speed. Any responses to the proposal?
Susan Sandvik, Shob US Speed. So it's my understanding that referees are a team, and we do the same in long track, but you discuss something that happens and you come out as a team. Your decision needs to be as a team. It doesn't work if you pull us apart. It doesn't help us have a cohesive decision. So I have trouble with this, and I also have a lot of trouble with many of these proposals that say due to transparency. I think the ISU has a ethics code that we sign. We are trying to do everything we can to be fair, and I just have a real problem that so many of these have to act like there isn't transparency, or that we're not trying to do the right thing for everybody, and we have some self-serving interest or something.
Thank you. Any more interventions?
I just want to reply on this.
Yes, you may reply, but that would be your last word on this proposal.
Yes, I am aware of this. I want to reply that I fully agree with your comments, but the regulation is actually different. I cannot change the regulation now. The regulation is clear. It is the chief referee, so it's not called chief referee, it's called referee. He makes the final decision, and the assistant referees just give their observations. It's not the team view, it's not the team judging. If you want this, I'm completely open, really, completely open, but then we should put it before in the Congress, in the regulation book. So there is a big difference between regulation and what happens now. Thank you.
Mr. Vice President, may I?
Yes.
Thank you. I just want to share a couple of things regarding this proposal. The first thing is the referees are reporting to the chief referee, or the assistant referee are reporting to the referee in two ways. The first way, instantly, in order, right after the race, is verbally. So the assistant referee will report verbally to the referee his or her decision. Then the first assistant referee. Then the video referee. This is reported verbally first. Then all those assistants on ice, when they are on ice, they go to their tablet and they enter this decision. Sometimes it is entered before the decision is finalized with the video referee. Sometimes when everybody is pretty much quick and in agreement, it's entered at around the same time. So if the referee are entering a decision in the system that is different from what they verbally told the referee before the referee made the final decision, the TC rep and the sport director can see that what was entered in the race report system is actually not what the assistant referee have voiced verbally to the referee. So that's the one thing I want to make very clear for everybody. The second thing is 33% of our events are relay. In the relay, the assistant referee are on the starters platform or on the deck. They don't have access to their tablet with our current system. So they don't enter their decision before the race is closed. Again, they verbally voice their decision to the referee before the final decision is made. In the relay, we also have dedicated team for the referees. So the referee, one referee will have Canada, one referee will have Netherlands, one referee will have China. So they're focusing on one team. Quite often, they don't have a final decision when things are concerning other teams, especially when teams are spread around the ice. So we don't see decision entered by everybody for every race. Also, we have assistant referee placed on opposite corner. Sometimes they are well positioned to see the action, and sometimes they are not well positioned. In these cases, sometimes they will have an opposite decision, or they will have no decision if they actually didn't see it. What Mr. Filippic said about the referee 99 to 100% of the time entering all the same decision is a flat lie. It's a lie. And many people can attest to that, because many people are always on the listening loop, including other competitor stewards, when this happens. Very often, let me finish, Mr. Filippic. Many assistants are entering decision that are not final decision. So these we don't see in the infringement report.
Yeah, this is exactly the point what I said. And you say I'm lying?
Yes, you are lying.
Excuse me.
Sorry to say, but please can you interfere? Thank you.
Excuse me. Yes. Can Lambert finish her intervention, and then it's Brett Russell.
Are the not final decision recorded? You say it's not recorded. It's exactly what I said. I want an infringement report where all observations are recorded. That means this infringement report should also include all the decisions or observations of all assistant referees, what they thought. The final decision is different. What we are recording in the infringement report is only the final decision, and the observations of the assistant referees only concerning the final decisions. This is different from that. What I want, that all observations from all assistant referees are recorded.
Austria Speed, this was the third time, and definitely the last time, to make the same point. Lambert, did you finish your intervention?
I just have one more comment regarding the second part of this recommendation for the tracking of the infringement. The tracking of the infringement cannot be kept secret from the starters and the referee because we are actually publishing every single infringement with a clip and a decision, and we also have these penalty in the classifications or these infringement in the classification. So to put a sentence that these should be kept strictly secret until the end of the whole ISU event makes no sense.
Thank you. I give the floor to Brett Throssell in his capacity as a delegate from Australia.
My name is Brett Throssell, Australia. I'm presently a competitor steward, and during what is left out during the competition, the competitor steward listens to what happened. The problem for the assistant referees is they don't have access to the video replay. So even if they were to record their decision, the referee, in consultation with the video referee, sees a different view of the or angle of the incident. So the assistant referees will put in their result on what they see, and the referee is able to make a decision on the video replay, which the assistant referees don't see. So it's unfair to judge the assistant referees on a view that they can't see, but it's a view that the referee sees. So their decision might be different, but the referee has added facilities that allow him to make a decision. And I've got to agree with Ms. Lambert that the competitor steward listens to all the decisions, and in fact is the stopgate before it's published. And the referee has to come over, tell the competitor steward what his decision is and what is entered into the system, and the competitor steward will repeat it back to the referee and will question them if they feel that what they've said isn't what has been repeated on the speakers. But the main thing is the referee has access to the video replay, which the assistant referees on the ice do not.
Thank you. Any more interventions on this? Hugo Hernov.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Since my name was mentioned before, and since I'm the person who's actually attending all the ISU events, I also can confirm, and being in the listening loop, that each single referee is reporting first to the chief referee their decision. After that, they go to their own tablet and insert those decisions. The chief referee should not be called chief referee, but the referee, after having reviewed the video footage, if there was a need to review it, is putting the final decision. So this is just to confirm that there's a verbal decision of input of all the single assistant referees in each single event, and they put it in the race report system. It's also true what Nathalie Lambert said, that the technical committee representative at the event can immediately detect if the assistant referee is putting a different opinion or a different decision in the tablet, which is not the same as communicated before. So just to clarify that there is a communication flow happening.
Thank you. No further interventions, then I think we can go to a vote. Those in favor of Proposal 116 submitted by Austria show their support using the green card. Are you finished with the counting? Close the vote. And those against show the red card. This proposal has been rejected with how many votes in favor? So Yeah, we add the abstentions. Anyone abstaining showing a white card? Thank you. Six, maybe. How many? 8. Thank you. Rejected. 1 vote in favor and 8 abstentions. Then we move, Fabrice, we move to maybe a group of proposals, yes. 117, 120, and 123. These proposals have in common that they all make the same recommendation, that the rules shall allow more, or the rules shall be less rigid regarding the sequencing of the races and different events inside a competition. Does the TC want to add something to the proposal? Nathalie Lambert?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice President. Basically, what we want to accomplish with this proposal is, as Trond said, to have the possibility to a more flexible schedule. And what we're looking into is to be able to have a more balanced program. As you may have noticed, the Sunday program has 5 ice resurface and in the last hour 6 relay. So it's not ideal as a program for spectators and for our fans in the stands. So we want to consider the possibility to do it a little bit more like the Olympics, splitting the genders between the day, and to also have potentially the possibility to do the medal presentation during the event and not wait necessarily at the end of the day. So this fits in vision with the 2030 vision. And what it could potentially look like is a day one where the women, for example, would have the 1,000 meter and the relay 3,000 meter, and the men would be reversed, 1,500 and 500. And then on day 2, the women would do the 1,500 meter and 500 meter, and then the men would do the 1,000 meter and the 5,000 meter. So if we are doing this, of course, we want to do it for all championships so that we are able to. We have achieved over the last 4 years consistency with our events in championships. We've made them very similar. We would like to have the possibility to also keep them similar, which is why 117, 120, and 123 should be voted with the same conclusion together.
Thank you for this additional explanation of the proposal. Are there anyone who wants to speak on the proposal? On 117? No. Then we move to a vote on proposal 117. Those in favor show the green card. Thank you. It seems clear. If I can get the red cards, those against. No one against, as I can see. Abstentions? No abstentions. So this is adopted. Can I then move quickly to, thank you, can I move quickly to proposal 120 and 123? As mentioned, to be consistent, they should also be adopted. So I please ask you to show hands of acceptance with the green card for proposal 120. Thank you. This is obviously a 2/3 majority. I don't think we need to count the noes or abstentions on this. And then we move to 123, and to have this adopted, you need to show green card, at least 2/3 of you. Thank you very much. This is obviously the case. We have passed proposals 117, 120, and 123, apparently unanimously. (118), proposal from Korea.
My name is Chang-won from Korea. And with all the respect, we believe that the current short track World Championships format is good. However, to increase the public interest and the reputation of the championships, it will be better to have the overall winner for the championships. And therefore, we would like to suggest to have an overall winner of the championships. We are not asking to have the super final distance, but the only combined 3 distances. And also, I'd just like to mention that there is a typo in the content. The relevant rule is actually 295 and paragraph 8. Thank you.
If I may, the Congress 2022 had a thorough discussion on this and decided to remove the overall title and to replace it by to make the championship completely individual distances based, and to include in replacement kind of season champion title through the Crystal Globe trophy for the World Cup circuit. And as I mentioned in my report earlier today, this change was vital to vitalize the World Cup and to move forward in the direction of the World Tour concept that has been presented. If this proposal would be accepted, we will take a step back and partly undermine what we have actually achieved through the last 2 seasons by the follow-up of the decision at the Congress in 2022, as I recall, with a very large majority. Thanks to Korea for referring to the technical rule. It should have been done in a proposal on how to create this overall winner. I think it is my duty really to recommend the Congress not to accept this proposal for the reason given. Any more comments to this proposal?
Mr. Vice President, can I just for also clarification, at this moment, we do no longer have tiebreaker rules for an overall championship, since we do not have the super final 3,000 meter anymore, and we do not have points, classification by points for an overall championships anymore in our rule book, in our technical rule.
Thank you for clarifying this. There is another shortcoming of the proposal that prevents it really to be implemented. If this was adopted, it would contradict the general regulations which lists the applicable titles. So again, I consider my duty to advise the Congress in this case with this information, and if there are no further interventions, I propose to go to the vote. Those in favor of the proposal show a green card. Two or three. We are counting 2. Can I ask those against the proposal? It's obviously not a qualified majority. Is it necessary to ask for abstention? No one wants to confess abstention on this. Maybe one? Okay. The proposal has been rejected with 2 votes in favor and 1 abstention. Thank you. Already in the main session, if I'm right, Korea, you have withdrawn the the proposal related to the introduction of the championship, so this proposal can be considered withdrawn, right? Yeah, thank you. So proposal 19 is withdrawn. Proposal 120 has already been passed by the connection to proposal 117. And we move forward to the next following proposal, which is a bit similar to what we have been through in the speed skating part. It's to complement the current rule with reference to the Winter Youth Olympic Games. I think we can move directly to a vote on this. Anyone want to speak on the proposal? No? Then we go to the vote. Those in favor of this proposal show the green card. Thank you. Anyone against? I see one abstention. Austria, was it a wrong card or was it a white card? Was it intended a white card? Yeah. Okay, no one against, one abstention. It's accepted. One 22 is, as I mentioned, similar. Can we go directly to the vote? Yes. Show your green card if you are in favor. Thank you. And if you are against, red card, please. Okay. No one against, any abstentions? No, it's accepted. Thank you very much. 123 has already been passed, connecting to 117 and 120, and we move to 124. I ask the technical committee chair to briefly explain this.
Yes, thank you. So basically, what we are saying is we would like to, as I explained for the technical rule, we would like to use simply the world ranking list for the relay instead of remaking a special classification per region, so that for the purpose of seeding the countries in those European Championship and Four Continent Championships. This is mainly going to simplify the process, and it will lead to also have the same seeding as the classification instead of sometime having some small minor changes between the two.
Thank you. Anyone have any questions or want to speak against the proposal? No. Then we move to a vote. Those in favor of this adjustment of the qualification rule show the green card. Thank you. Anyone against? No one? Abstention? No, it's accepted unanimously. Then we move to proposal 125 from Korea. This proposal is somehow related to a previously rejected proposal. Will Korea withdraw the proposal? Yeah. Thank you. (126) is to bring in a reference to the rule change that the Congress passed yesterday regarding branding of the World Cup circuit. Any questions? Then we move to a vote on this. Those in favor show their green card. Thank you. Anyone against? I see no red cards. Any abstentions? Thank you. One. One. It's accepted with one abstention. 127 and 129 are linked together because they are related to the introduction of the World Cup for juniors. And this is to complement the regulations with the facts that have emerged. I think this is, as stated, it's just confirming what has been introduced in the previous season and will continue to be part of the competition program supported by the ISU. So I think we can go to a vote. Anyone against? Let's show those in favor first. Show your green card if you're in favor of this proposal. Thank you. Anyone against? We'll show the red. No red cards. Any abstentions? So it's accepted with unanimous support. Can we then maybe copy this process for 129? If you're in favor of the related proposal, show your green card. Thank you. Anyone against this one? No? Any abstentions? No. Thank you. It's adopted unanimously. 128 from the short track speed skating committee is a drafting matter and has already been confirmed under the item that I tried to skip earlier. So thank you for accepting that at that time, so we can move on to 130. And this is a similar one. We are just confirming what has been established as a fact and something that will continue to be implemented. Anyone want to speak on this? No? If you're in favor, show your green card, please. That's all good. Anyone against? Or abstentions? Yes. Thank you, Hans. We can shortcut it by giving the offer to show either red or white at the same time. So one abstaining, but the proposal is accepted. $131 was also a drafting matter? No, it was not. 131, to remain consistent among all disciplines, and this was a special rule that was only in the regulations for short track with no stronger reason to have it there than other places, at least not seen from today's perspective. So I recommend the Congress to accept this proposal from the Council. Anyone want to speak on it? No? Those in favor, show your green card. Thank you. Anyone against or abstaining, show the red or white card. It's unanimously accepted. 132.
Uh, 132 is mainly on defining a little better the requirement for the various official. For example, that an individual concerned has at least the following experience at competition and courses conducted in accordance with ISU regulation within 36 months. A little further down, if geographically feasible, we now do a lot via virtual, but there are also some in-person activity, and it's not always possible for people to have that experience. And we want to put in the rule book if sufficient proof of activity is provided, because we have very long list of names in that international list of officials, and we, for many of them, don't know if they have any activity in the recent years.
Proposal should be clear. Anyone want to speak on it? No? Those in favor of this proposal, show your green card, please. Anyone against? Anyone against or abstaining, show your red or white card. Seem to be unanimously accepted. Thank you. We move on to proposal 133.
133 is similar. It's also to clarify the position on the ISU list for our 75 potential position in the 3 category. Is we want to make sure that if we have people that are not performing or that are not available enough, that we can just like it's done in speed skating, basically reissue the list on a yearly basis without having to do official demotion for people, but just work with the people that have the availability and expertise to serve best the athletes.
Thank you. Any questions or comments to this?
Cornele Poeter, Belgium Speed Skating. I think we're talking about ISU events and Olympic Games. I think Winter Youth Olympic Games will also be part of this proposal.
Yes.
Thank you, Corné. Can the Congress accept this amendment? It will be consistent with decisions we already taken for other rules to include the Winter Youth Olympic Games at the same level as the ISU events. No other remarks? Then we can move to a vote. Those in favor, show the green card. Thank you. Anyone abstaining or against, show the relevant card. Thank you. This is unanimously accepted. 134.
134 is basically, we have started with an English test with the category of referee and also competitors towards 2 years ago, and this has been proven to be quite successful. We do it for the ISU official, but also for the W before they're being promoted, so we're sure they are fluent enough in English to navigate. We want to extend that to the starters. We believe the starters are collaborating together more and more, and that category also needs to be fluid in English.
Thank you. Seems we can move to a vote. Those in favor, show the green card. Thank you. Anyone against or abstaining, show the other card. Accepted unanimously. And Then we move to urgent proposal number 16. Technical committee, please.
Just give me a second to open the right document. Yeah, so basically, for Junior World Cup, we are facing the problem that the host country is appointing a part of the official on top of the ISU appointing about 50%, 50% from each. To make it easier and less costly for Junior World Cup, we need to soften that rule and make it that not necessarily 3 ISU members are represented in the list of official. So basically, this rule is just for Junior World Cup, so that we are not exactly asking for the same requirement for the diversity of the nation, basically officiating in these events.
Thank you. Proposal should be clear, because otherwise it would be the same strict requirements for Junior World Cup and different and stricter requirements than those that were anticipated when the circuit was established. Anyone want to speak on this proposal? No? Then we can go to the vote. Those in favor, show the green card, please. Thank you. Against or abstaining? No one? Okay, it's unanimously adopted. Urgent matter number 16. We can move to 135, also from the short track committee, and this is very much related, so is it still relevant, or is it eliminated by urgent matter? Nathalie Lambert.
It's eliminated by the urgent matter. It's covered under the urgent matter.
Are you
let me double check, but I'm quite sure.
Shall be appointed by president, so maybe we have to stay with this proposal. 7A?
7A is covered in the urgent matter.
Okay. Then, in any case, whatever we do, we cannot do anything wrong, apparently. So let's skip this proposal, because it's already included in a more wide-reaching proposal that was passed as urgent matter 16. Right?
Yes, it's the same. 7A is the same. We just added a little more layer to it.
Yeah. So this is withdrawn. And the same is the case for this triplet of proposals. Can US Speed Skating please confirm that it's withdrawn? Thank you. And 137 was a drafting matter, so we passed that one. 138 is a specification of the panel of officials for Junior World Cup.
Exactly. So for Junior World Cup, we don't have the same sophisticated video replay system with many camera angles and the need for a second video referee. So we're asking that for Junior World Cup, there would be 1 or 2 assistant video referee, but basically the permission to function with 1.
Thank you. Any questions? No? Please show your green card if you are in favor of this proposal. Thank you. Anyone against or abstaining? Apparently not. It's unanimously accepted. Then we have proposal number 140. This is now shown on the screen with an amendment from the proposer, the Short Track Technical Committee. Sorry. 139 was already withdrawn, right? Yeah. Yes, so we are at 140. Thank you. 140 is here in an amended version. I think it relates to wording that was discussed already on Monday.
Exactly. Following the feedback from Austria, we are proposing an amendment for the technical rule, which you haven't seen yet. It will be in the report to change one word. Well, to change two words is basically only race rule infringement to be changed for only race incidents. And so if we're changing it in the technical rule, we believe we should change it here as well. So the new proposal, if you accept the amendment, would be only race incidents that are clear and obvious and not in line with the principles of the racing rule as specified in Rule 297 may result in sanction.
Thank you. Any questions? No? Then we can proceed to voting. Those in favor, show the green card. Thank you. Sorry. Against or abstaining, show red. That's a red card, not for, but from Austria Speed. So it's accepted against one vote and no abstentions. Thank you. Now, the proposal 141 from Korea may be difficult to adopt considering what we have just confirmed as a Rule 140. Korea wants to speak on this proposal. Thank you. Korea, proposal 141 is withdrawn. 142, proposal from Austria. Austria wants to speak on this proposal. Austria does not want to speak on this proposal. Any further comments to this proposal? This proposal says that advancement can only take place in a race if it's linked to race incident that is considered as a sanctioned racing rule infringement. So it connects advancement to a penalty of another skater. Correct, Herman? Yes. So this is the proposal. Anyone wants to comment on the proposal? No? Then we go to the vote. Oh. One comment. Sorry for that.
Not tall enough. I might just speak loudly if that's okay.
We take the time to. That's the way.
Alison Throssell from Australia. I would just like to speak against the proposal. There can be an incident where, through no fault of a skater, another skater is disadvantaged. For example, a skater falls of their own accord. It disadvantages another skater who may be in a contending position. The skater has fallen of their own accord without any infringement of rule. So to say that there must be a disqualification to allow an advancement, I think is making the rule disadvantageous.
Thank you, Australia, for your comment. Any further?
Just one extra comment to support what was just said is we could have a situation, and we've actually seen situation where a skater would hit a track steward, and with this proposal, the referee would not even be able to advance that skater.
Okay, so then we are giving the floor to the proposer, Austria. Please, Herman.
Yes, so the track steward case, what you said, Natalie, sorry, is covered in the first sentence very clearly. So this is not, there are two types of advancements. One for external circumstances, technical circumstances, or track steward is something else, or the timing is switched off. This is the first sentence, or the falling skater can be also in the first sentence. What we want is that the penalties will be saved because we have to reach any targets or something like this. And to compensate this, that the skaters will be advanced at disadvantaged one. And this is exactly the point. We want that in infringement situations, there must be a penalty and advancement. This is the regulation actually. You must be in direct qualifying position. We have also cases in the repechage round. They were advanced in the third position, but the qualification schedule said only the first, the winners goes up. This is the reason why we put this in.
Okay, any more comments to this proposal? No? Then I think we can move to the vote. Those in favor of proposal 142, please show your green card. Okay, those against, show the red card, please. Okay, it's rejected with, sorry, I didn't see the number of votes. Okay. So proposal is rejected, 1 vote in favor, abstentions. Six abstentions. Yes. Thank you. $143 we already passed or passed by. It was withdrawn. $144 from the Speed Skating Technical Committee.
Yes, basically we had a very special situation that happened during the last season, during World Cup 2, that raised the problem that sometimes the referee will need to be allowed to decide on the order of finish. The situation was, maybe Hugo, who was present, can explain it better than me, but the race was closed with the wrong order of finish because of transponder failure. And in the end, the referee had to reclassify the correct order of the race. So basically, we want to open the possibility for these officially in the rule book.
Yeah. Okay, I don't think we need to dwell with the special case. I think the explanation was clear that situations like that should be possible to manage to get a fair result of the race. Can we move to a vote? Yes, we can. Show the green card if you are in favor of this proposal. Yeah, thank you. Against or abstaining, show your red or white card. Not the case. So this is accepted unanimously. And 145 is also in the pool of withdrawn proposal. US speed skating, right? Yes. So we move to proposal 146 from the short track technical committee. This is about adding, well, there are actually two proposals here, but they relate to the same principle, that the role of apprentices and the role of senior officials should be specified to some extent in the rules. So it's the same concept that lies behind this, although it relates to two different categories of officials. So I think it's reasonable to merge it into one proposal. Does the technical committee want to add any explanations further to it?
Just the fact that the apprentice program has proven to be extremely successful for transiting international and W official into ISU officials.
Thank you. Any more questions or interventions? No? We can move to a vote. Those in favor show their green card. Thank you. The proposal is accepted. Can we see if we have any rejection, any against or abstaining? No. Thank you. (147) is a similar clarification that we had earlier on, so I propose to go directly to a vote. Please show your green card if you're in agreement with adding the Winter Youth Olympic Games also to this paragraph. Yes. And then anyone against or abstaining? No, it's accepted unanimously. 148 is about eyewear protection. Including that in the rule, I indicated this also in my report, that one of the measures that we are taking, and there have been some detailed analysis of the actual equipment. That's why this is included. Anyone wants to speak on the proposal? No. Those in favor show the green card. Thank you. Anyone against or abstaining? I cannot see, I should say now, but no one against or abstaining. It's accepted unanimously. 149. It's to include, since there is a heat box clearing the skaters, this proposal says that if there is a tool available for skaters to pass by, so to speak, it's their responsibility to do so. So this is a tool to help, if I understand it well, to help the skaters to wear the transponders while still they retain the responsibility for actually wearing them when they come onto the track. Right?
Yes, exactly. So the intention with this rule proposal is to avoid, every year we have a couple of penalty for missing the transponder. So we are equipping heatbox with the system, and we want to build the habit of checking in the
Yes.
heatbox instead of waiting for the ice.
So this proposal intends to avoid situations that would lead to a penalty. Anyone want to speak on this? Otherwise, show your green card if you are in favor. Thank you. Anyone against or abstaining? No? One abstaining. Thank you. We move to a clarification at proposal 150. And this is a clarification that is similar or the same as we had for several other rules to complement the current rule with the fact that we want to regulate Winter Youth Olympic Games and Junior World Cup in a similar way as we do with ISU events. So I don't expect anyone to be against this, but can those in favor show a green card? Thank you very much. Anyone against, in spite of what I said, or abstaining? No one, so it's accepted unanimously. Then we are at the end of this agenda item. I'm sorry that I've gone 2 minutes into the break. Is that right? So please bear with me, but I would like to thank you for the cooperation in finishing this part of the agenda at this point in time. So enjoy your break. We'll be back here at 12:10. 13:10. Yeah, well, I was in a different time zone still. Thank you very much. Enjoy your break. And we will then proceed. We have completed agenda item 9, and we come to agenda item 10. We had a workshop on Monday. It was an informal meeting, but nevertheless with almost identical attendance as we have today. And both at the beginning and at the end of that meeting, I asked for your agreement that we do not need to repeat what was presented at that meeting on the topic that we now have that we now have as agenda item 10. So what we will do under agenda item 10 is not to repeat what has already been shared in the workshop, but I will give the floor to the technical committee chairs to inform whether they have, based on the workshop on Monday, have any amendments to the proposals they had presented in the Congress agenda. So first to the speed skating technical chair. Are there any of your proposals for the technical rule amendments that have been amended since Monday?
No, there have been no amendments to the technical rules submitted on Monday.
Thank you. Short track speed skating, technical rules.
We have one small amendment, as I mentioned a little earlier, based on the discussion from Monday. Basically, we want to propose only racing incidents that are not in line with the principle of the general racing rule, as specified in Rule 297, Para 2, may result in sanctions. That would be our amendment.
So this is an amendment to Technical Rule Proposal 169, presented by the Short Track Technical Committee. Any questions? No. Then I repeat my thanks for the good sessions we had on Monday to clarify these proposals. They were obviously successful, and we can move to item 11. So then I will first cover the technical rules of speed skating. Those include the proposals from the Congress agenda, running from proposal number 86 to number 114. Are there any of these proposals that any of the present ICU members will have objections to? That is not the case, so this means that since there are no objections, these proposals are all accepted by the Congress. Sorry, I was too quick. Please come forward then with the objection. Please go to the microphone so we can record. Okay, so thank you. I understand, and please correct me if I didn't hear correctly. There are no objections from anyone to the technical rule proposals submitted by the Speed Skating Technical Committee, and as a consequence, they have been adopted by this or accepted by this Congress. Then I repeat the same question for the technical rules for short track speed skating. Those are the proposals in the Congress agenda ranging from Proposal 151 up until and including a very long proposal at the end, 175. Are there any of these proposals that any members have objections to? And yes, Austria Speed.
Yes, as we mentioned in the workshop, we have objections against rule number 297, raising rules, because we think that the terms clear and obvious and minor effect and no impact on the race and all these undefined terms that they confuse and
sorry,
this is all the only thing. Thank you very much.
Yeah,
This was
sorry, Herman, which proposal is it?
297.
Yeah, but there are a number of proposals on 297. Do you have the number of the proposal?
Yeah, the rule number is 297.
The rule number, but we are talking about proposal number.
Yeah, but there are a lot of proposals relating to this clear and obvious term, and here we have the objections, because we think the referees will have in future problems to have a unique and consistency interpretation of these terms.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. My problem is the rules for this proceeding, which I need to follow, and they say that you have to identify a proposal which you oppose. So I would, and you cannot propose amendments, which was a bit. Pardon? Okay, we can minute the comment. Is that understood? Okay. So you make the remark and you want to have that minuted, that those proposals on the rule 297, you have minuted your objections to it. Do you not insist on a vote on any of these proposals then? Okay, thank you very much. Austria already had the floor with another delegate. Mr. President, do you want me to deviate from the procedural rules?
I want to do objection to proposal 175.
Okay. 175.
So I don't want to accuse anyone personally.
No,
but
thank you.
Yeah, but this rule or this proposal was prepared with significant carelessness. So this proposal was not correctly applied and announced, especially not according to Article 30 of the Constitution.
Yeah.
The changes are partly not underlined. There are sentences underlined that are without any change. The rules are contradictional. There are wrong references in the text. There are wrong headlines in the text. The text is redundant. It's not complete. And the reasoning is not. So I make this really, I will be cooperative. Just listen. It's not possible to do this now in 3 minutes. But I say the main problem for me is, that you did not inform the members about in a correct way and with underlined changes. So,
in this proposal 175.
In this proposal 175.
Yeah.
Yes. So, and this leads to a lack of information of the members which are not present. Right? This is my main problem.
Yeah.
So we have two possibilities. We can now say, okay, we do it like it is. That's great. But believe me, this is not at the level of an international federation rule. And so I propose that we contact the legal advisor, and I give him in a 10-minute speech all information what I think is critical, and then he should decide.
Thank you.
And if you don't think that that's correct, I'm able now to say every point that I mean, but it's necessary that all the members read and follow the text, and this is underlined, this is not underlined, and I think this is not necessary. It's a decision by ISU, whether ISU wants to have rules of that quality.
Yeah, thank you for just to remind, if I understood correctly, you are referring to some shortcomings of the presentation of this rule proposal. In addition, I'm not opening a discussion because Austria already had intervened 2 times. Yeah, I understand this. Yeah. So I'm the.
I give you the advice. Think
Yes,
about it. Maybe it makes sense. Just discussing that with President, how to proceed with this.
Yeah.
Maybe maybe ISU says this is okay.
Yeah.
But this is not only a speed skating branch issue now.
Yeah. Maybe ISU says it okay, but we have a drafting committee that every now and then correct even members' proposals because they are not correctly underlined, and will take care of. So we'll leave this to the attention of the drafting committee. I mean, assuming that this proposal remains. I haven't heard that Austria wants a vote on proposal 175, but that's your right. But it's not your right to start a discussion on amending it at this point in time. So this is up to you whether you want the Congress session here to make a vote whether or not to accept this to be included. Just as a reference, the Rule 27. Can you please let me finish? Yeah. Yes, I want to speak uninterrupted. Rule 275 is part of the current rules and has been adopted and not been challenged since the Congress 2022. It's in the rule book. This proposal is, I do not exclude there can have been editorial mistakes in it, but this will be left to the technical committee to clean up. The question for me now, in order to proceed with this meeting, is whether Austria wants a vote on not including Proposal 175 in the new technical rules. This I need to know. If you do not ask for it, then we'll proceed and accept all the proposals as they have now been presented, because there are no other objections, unless Netherlands have no objections to any proposal. Netherlands?
Wilf O'Reilly, Cane Speed. No, we don't have any objections to the proposals. I would just like to, again, support your comments earlier made regarding the drafting. If there are any wordings or misunderstandings in any of the proposals, then surely we will leave that up to the drafting committee and the legal advisors to ensure that what we are voting on is exactly what we think we should be voting on. And I think, looking around the room, I would like to express my concerns of how this meeting is currently being conducted under the Code of Ethics of the ISU.
Thank you. I haven't received any request to put any of the technical rule proposals for the short track technical rules to a vote. And then that is still not presented as a request, and then we will close this item, and also the technical rule proposal submitted for short track has been accepted by the Congress. Then we can move to item 12 of the agenda, presenting of a status report by each technical committee on the existing four-year plan for the period since the 2022 Congress. These documents following a format that is maybe not the most informative there is, but it has been forwarded as part of the Congress documents. And I assume you have read these reports. Are there any questions? That is not the case. So the Congress then, I don't know what the correct term is, but we have received reports and have no objections. Correct? Thank you. Then I come to item 13, various. I would like to refer to one statement I made in my report regarding the future of the Four Continents Championships, and would like to have the confirmation from this Congress section meeting that it's well understood what I said, namely that the ISU Council will suspend any further allotment of these championships and will take on a task together with members concerned to see whether other measures will serve the interests of these regions better, and we may come back in the plenary session from the Council with a resolution to make this clear. Are there any questions to this? That is not the case. I thank you for your understanding and your agreement to the reasons I gave in my report. Are there any other matters under various? Anyone that wants to take the floor with any messages? Yes, Kenji Takai from the International Master Speed Skating. Now you fulfill the correct name of the organization. You're invited here as an observer.
Thank you.
I'm very pleased you are joining us, and I give you the floor within maximum 3 minutes to give a message.
First, thank you, Mr. Vice President, for this opportunity for me to speak. Hello, everybody. My name is Kenji Takai from International Master Speed Skating Committee, and thank you for the having me in this Congress. And first of all, on behalf of the Master Speed Skating, I would like to express the deepest appreciation for ISU for continuous support and for the awareness of the importance of the Masters, which is one of the elements to the speed skating. Also, that the Masters, IMSSC would like to continuously contribute to the promotion of the speed skating. And secondly, to everyone in the room, I'm thankful to all of you from each country. And Masters would like to travel to the skating countries and participating that any of the possible oval and ice rink, and because we like to make the skating good memory with a skating friend. So I would like to ask you one favor. Please organize the Masters event as many as possible. Then we'd like to bring the Master skater together to have a good time. And one thing that I'd like you to encourage yourself to skate and having the good time with the skate. And looking forward to seeing you later this season and also at the next Congress. Thank you very much.
Arigato. Thank you very much, Kenji. It's a pleasure to have you here. And others that have some information to pass on to the colleagues before I gradually move to item 14 on the agenda. That is not the case, then I will just make sure that all of you have received a very crucial message. A reminder for tonight. Reception between 1600 and 1700, the Manor. I think this is close to where we are now, at the Virgin Hotels, where we had the lunch on Monday. And maybe the most important, tickets. One member from each federation and ISU committee should pick up tickets at the entrance to the reception tonight and distribute to its federation members and ISU committee members. And 17 to 17:30, there will be transportation provided. And take care, the last shuttle will depart from the Virgin Hotel at 17:30, maybe sharp. And when the Beatles' Love Show at the Mirage is over, will similarly be offered transportation back to this hotel. The last shuttle will depart. I think this is maybe not correct. It should be the Mirage Hotel. Can I ask everyone to accept this amendment? Okay. But without a vote, yes. It doesn't say you have to be on the last shuttle. Business casual attire. And the last thing is really important. All show attendees have to prove, maybe, they are 6 years or older. So, show that you are a grown-up delegate. I wish you a pleasant evening, and I move to the last item on the agenda, which is closing this branch meeting, which I now do. The consequence of your efficient way of acting means that I do not need to tell you that if we hadn't finished, we would start the meeting tomorrow at 9:30 instead of 9 sharp, because the meeting room here will be used for other meetings in the morning. But you can forget that message. What you do tomorrow is out of my control and management, so have a nice Thursday as well. And thank you very much for the cooperation during this branch meeting, and I wish you welcome back to the plenary session whenever that will resume. So thank you very much.